Play it again.
I want it.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting for affirmative. Waiting for affirmative. Yes, sir.
Reinforcements have
Acknowledged.
arrived. Unit lost. Reinforcements have
Yes,
arrived.
sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have
Affirmative.
arrived. Unit lost.
Vehicle acknowledged. Waiting orders. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Waiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reinforcements
Affirmative.
have
Acknowledged.
arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Reporting once.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Reporting, yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged once.
Unit
Very well.
lost.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. 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 Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options.
Awaiting
Building.
orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Reporting.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Building.
Vehicle acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Construction complete.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Awaiting
Building.
orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Yes, sir.
Credits
Affirmative.
stolen.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
New construction options. Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Affirmative. Vehicle acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Repairing. Unit ready. Building.
Reporting at once.
Construction complete. New construction options. Unit ready. Building. Building. Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building. Insufficient funds. Construction complete.
Vehicle reporting.
Yes, sir. Waiting order.
Our base is
Acknowledged.
under attack. Spike lane ready. Unit ready. Building. Building. Unit ready.
Waiting order.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Vehicle
Construction
reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Construction
Waiting order.
complete.
Very well. Agreed. Very well.
Building.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Awaiting
Construction
orders.
complete.
Affirmative. Vehicle
Spike
acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds. Select target. Unit ready. Building. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost. Building. Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Reporting.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Spike
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost. Select target.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. On hold. Cancel. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir.
Unit lost. Construction complete. Unit
Yes, sir.
ready. Building. Spike lane ready.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Waiting order.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Reporting.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
lost.
Waiting order.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Yes,
orders.
sir.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Spy plane.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. At once.
Insufficient funds.
Waiting order.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Building.
Reporting.
Reporting.
Affirmative.
Select target. Select target.
Report. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Waiting order.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Building. Insufficient
Very well.
funds.
Very well.
Spy plane ready.
Yes, sir.
Unit
At once.
lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building. On hold.
Vehicle reporting.
Cancelled. Unit ready. Building. Unit
Vehicle
ready.
acknowledged. Vehicle reporting.
Building. On hold. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Awaiting orders.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Yes,
Reinforcements
sir.
have arrived.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit
At once.
ready. Building.
Yes,
Unit
affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building. Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Building.
sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Reporting.
Building.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Spy
Affirmative.
plane ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building. Select target.
Yes, sir. Waiting
Yes, sir.
order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Select target. Unit lost. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Yes, comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Waiting order.
Awaiting
Unit
acknowledged.
lost.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready. Building. Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Comrade.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Comrade.
lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building. Base is under
Yes, sir.
attack.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Insufficient funds. Select target. Unit ready. Building. Reinforcements have arrived.
Vehicle report. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Select target.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Spy plane ready. Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Waiting orders.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting orders.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready. Unit lost. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Waiting
Acknowledged.
order.
Unit lost. Building. Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Agreed. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Comrade.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building. Building. Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Awaiting orders.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative.
Insufficient
Yes, sir.
funds.
Acknowledged.
Ready and waiting.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit ready. Building.
Reporting.
Lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost. Unit lost. Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building. On hold. Cancel.
Reporting.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Spy plane ready.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Building.
Comrade.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle
Unit
reporting.
ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Awaiting affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Waiting. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Waiting.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost. Select target.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Report read. Affirmative. At once.
Comrade. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Reporting.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative.
Ready and waiting.
Lost. Unit
Ready
lost.
and waiting. Reporting.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Spy plane ready.
Acknowledged.
Select target.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Select target. Silos needed. Building. Building. Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Comrade. Affirmative.
On hold. Cancel. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Spy
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes,
Unit
sir.
ready. Unit lost. Building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building. On hold. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Awaiting affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Building.
Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Unit ready. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building. Unit lost. Unit lost. Cancelled. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Spike lane ready. Building. Unit ready. Select target. Construction complete. New construction options.
Waiting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Spike lane ready.
Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Silence needed. New construction options. Building. Our base is under attack. Silos needed. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost. On hold. Cancel. Unit lost. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Repairing. On hold. Building.
Waiting
Spy
order.
plane ready. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Our base is under attack.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Unit lost.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. Our base is under attack. New construction options.
Awaiting.
Training.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Spy
Affirmative.
plane ready. Unit ready. Training. Select target. Unit ready. Training. Building. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
On hold.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Cancel.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready. Repairing.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Awaiting. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost.
Awaiting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Select target. Unit lost. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Awaiting affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Spy plane ready.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Unit ready. Our base is under attack. Building.
Awaiting orders. Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Awaiting
Unit
affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Insufficient
Acknowledged. Waiting
funds.
order. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Spy plane
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Building.
Vehicle report. Affirmative. Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged. Vehicle affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes,
Insufficient
Acknowledge.
funds.
Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Acknowledge.
Acknowledge. Waiting order.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Comrade? Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yeah, okay.
Report. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Our base is under
Affirmative.
attack. Insufficient funds.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Spike lane. ready.
Acknowledge. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Awaiting for acknowledge. Reporting. Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting for acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit ready.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Waiting orders. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledge.
Insufficient
Acknowledge.
funds.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Waiting
lost.
orders. Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Report. Acknowledge.
Reporting.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. At once.
Select target. Unit ready.
Reporting. Very well. Of course. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack. Repairing.
Reporting. Agreed. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Spike lane ready. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Select target.
Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Affirmative. Awaiting Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Very well.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Acknowledge.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Report. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Report. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle reportive. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Report. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting orders. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes. Affirmative. Engineering. Affirmative.
Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting order. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative. Engineering. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Report. Acknowledged.
Started. Mission accomplished.
I cannot believe they would risk keeping Einstein in such a poorly defended area.
Believe it or not, they did. And now we have him. The transmitter is undetectable and has a range of 500 miles.
What makes you think the Allies will try to rescue him? Certainly they think he died in the attack on the base.
That would have been true, had I not leaked information about Einstein's capture and scheduled execution. The Allies will come for their prize.
And we will be able to track him through his watch.
Yes, comrade. And he will lead us right to the chronosphere.
Einstein is gone, comrade.
Allied coordinates coming in now.
With the chronosphere and the Iron Curtain, soon we will stand invincible. Prepare a strike team.
Be careful. The Allied radar automatically sends a destruct code to the chronosphere if an intruder is detected. If you are detected before the radar is captured, we could lose the chronosphere.
Losing the chronosphere. is not an option.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting
Affirmative.
order. Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Report. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Vehicle reported. Awaiting acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes,
Unit
sir.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options.
Vehicle reporting.
Building. Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Comrade.
lost.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Awaiting acknowledged.
Construction complete. Cannot deploy here. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Building.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Agreed. Very well. Acknowledged. Agreed.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Construction complete. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building. New construction options. Low power. Building. Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Yes,
Construction
sir.
complete.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Awaiting acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. New construction options. Building.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Building. Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Spy ready. Unit lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Construction
Acknowledged.
options.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Reporting.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Select target. Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Waiting
ready.
order.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Waiting orders.
Affirmative. No problem.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready and waiting.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting orders.
Unit ready.
At once. Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Training.
Ready and
Unit
waiting.
ready.
Affirmative. Yes,
Unit
sir.
lost.
Very well.
Spike lane ready. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Acknowledged. Agreed.
Unit
Reporting.
lost.
Waiting Very well. orders. Agreed.
Construction complete.
Ready and waiting. Agreed. Very well.
Silos needed. Unit lost. Silos needed. Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. No problem. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed. Acknowledged. At once. Affirmative. Yes, sir. At once. At once. Awaiting orders. At once. Affirmative.
Spike lane ready.
Reporting. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Agreed. Acknowledged. Agreed.
Unit lost. Unit
Ready
lost.
and waiting. Very well. At once.
Silos needed. Unit lost. Building.
At once. Very well.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Select target. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. New construction options. Unit ready. Building. Building. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Select target. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost. Spike lane ready. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building. Silos
Affirmative.
needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Awaiting
Building.
orders. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Ready.
affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting orders.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Construction
Yes,
complete.
sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit
Report
ready.
acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
No problem. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Cancel. Building.
Waiting
Acknowledged.
order.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Select target. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Agreed.
Unit ready. Our base is under attack. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Unit lost.
Awaiting orders.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Reinforcements have
Affirmative.
arrived.
Acknowledged. Waiting
Affirmative.
order.
Building. Cancel.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Reporting.
Building.
Very well. Affirmative.
Spy
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Very well.
lost.
Waiting orders. Yes,
Unit
sir.
ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes,
Unit
sir.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Waiting order.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost. Construction complete. Unit lost. Cancel. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready. Building.
Comrade. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
funds.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Comrade.
ready.
Affirmative. Comrade.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit lost.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds. Reinforcements have arrived. Select target. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready.
Comrade.
Building.
Affirmative. Waiting acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Spy plane ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes,
Insufficient
sir. Acknowledged.
funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Waiting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit
sir.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Yes, Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Awaiting
Building.
orders. Acknowledged.
Waiting
Waiting
orders.
orders.
Acknowledged. Reporting.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Strike
Reporting.
ready.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Our base
Vehicle
is under
report.
attack.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. On hold. Unit lost. Cancel.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Comrade.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. At once.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative.
Waiting
Acknowledged.
order. Acknowledged.
Unit
Waiting
ready.
order. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Awaiting
ready.
affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Yes, sir.
funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Report. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Comrade.
Building.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Reporting.
Insufficient
Waiting. Affirmative.
funds. Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Awaiting
lost.
orders. Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Very well. At once. Affirmative. At once. Of course. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Vehicle
lost.
affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting.
Building. Unit ready.
Yes,
Building.
sir. Affirmative.
ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient
Comrade,
funds.
affirmative.
On hold.
Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Cancel.
Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Report. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Comrade. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes,
Unit
sir.
lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Waiting order.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Affirmative. Yes,
funds.
sir.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Comrade,
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
reporting. Comrade, acknowledged. Waiting affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Orders.
Base is under
Yes,
attack.
sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. At once.
Preparing. On hold. Cancel.
Waiting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Report affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Ready and waiting. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Vehicle
Base
affirmative.
is under attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Our base is under attack. Unit lost.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building. On hold. Cancel. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Awaiting acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building.
Waiting order.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting order.
Yes, sir.
Comrade.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Comrade.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Vehicle report.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building. Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Reporting. Very well. Agreed.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Training. On hold.
Yes, sir.
Cancel.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Reporting. At once.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Reinforcements have arrived.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
New construction options. Building. Construction complete. Primary building selected. Spy plane ready. Training.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, affirmative.
repairing.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Training.
Awaiting orders.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Preparing.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Report. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Building.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready. Building. On hold. Cancel. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Report. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Base
Affirmative.
is under attack. Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Waiting for affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Base is under attack. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Very well. At once. Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Agreed. Yes, sir.
Unit mission failed. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Reporting. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
lost. Unit lost.
Ready and waiting. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
New construction options.
Ready and
Very
waiting.
well.
At once. Very well.
Construction complete. New construction options.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Agreed. Reporting. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Very well.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting knowledge. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Reporting. Acknowledge.
Unit ready. Building. On hold.
Affirmative.
Cancel. Building.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledge.
Building.
Awaiting knowledge.
Construction complete. New construction options. Low power. Building.
Vehicle
Unit
acknowledged.
ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order.
Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building. Building.
Reporting. At once. Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Acknowledge.
Very well.
At once. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
At once.
Building.
Very well.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Construction
Yes, sir.
complete.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Report
Unit
acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Building.
Waiting order.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Acknowledge.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Construction
Vehicle reporting.
options. Silos needed. Silos needed. Unit lost.
Reporting. Of course.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Waiting orders.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Silos needed. Building.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction
Waiting order.
complete.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Reporting.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Ready.
Reporting.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Select target. Unit ready. Building. Building.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos needed. Unit ready. Building. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Construction complete. On hold. Cancel. Building. Unit ready. Building. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Spy plane ready. Unit ready. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost.
Waiting
Construction
acknowledged.
complete.
Vehicle
Unit ready.
affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Cancel.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Cancel.
Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yeah, okay.
Unit ready. Building. Spy plane
Reporting.
ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Select target. Unit ready. Building. Reinforcements have arrived.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Comrade, affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Vehicle affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Orders.
Ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Spike
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Ready and waiting.
Building. Unit lost.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Waiting order.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Report. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Report. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Ready and
Acknowledged.
waiting.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Building.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Vehicle reporting.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting order. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Reporting.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. New construction options. Low power. Unit lost.
Reporting.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Reporting.
Waiting order.
Construction
Affirmative.
Building. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Select target.
Report.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Ready and waiting. Agreed. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
At once. Very well.
Unit lost.
At once. Report. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Comrade. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Of
Unit
course.
ready.
Yes,
Building.
affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Vehicle acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Vehicle
Unit
acknowledged.
Building. Spike
Report
range
affirmative.
ready. Insufficient
Yes, sir.
funds.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building. Select target.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes,
Unit
sir.
ready. Building.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Comrade.
Building.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Waiting
Unit
affirmative.
lost.
Comrade, acknowledged. Comrade, affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Waiting
order.
affirmative. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Acknowledged.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Comrade,
Construction complete. New construction options.
comrade, acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Training.
Yes, sir. Comrade.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Training.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Base is under attack.
Acknowledge.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Building.
Awaiting coordinates.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Engineering.
Building.
Yes.
Yes,
Affirmative.
sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Reporting at once. Affirmative. Agreed.
Reporting.
Engineering.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Our base is under attack. Repairing.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Engineering.
New
Affirmative.
construction
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
options.
Yes. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes,
Our
sir.
base is under attack.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Repairing. Select target.
Awaiting
Reinforcements have
acknowledged.
arrived. Unit lost. Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Awaiting acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Affirmative.
affirmative. Acknowledged.
Mission failed. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options.
Vehicle report. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Comrade, affirmative.
Construction complete. Cannot deploy here. New construction options. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Agreed.
Vehicle affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. Building.
Report affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Acknowledged.
orders.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete. Reconstruction options.
Awaiting orders.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
At once.
Building. Unit lost.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Yes,
Unit
sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders.
Order. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Building.
Waiting orders. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Waiting order.
Unit lost.
Reporting.
Construction complete.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Unit lost.
Waiting order.
Reconstruction options.
Affirmative.
Building.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. On hold. Cancel.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Subway
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting.
Unit ready.
Awaiting
Waiting
orders.
order.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Vehicle report.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Spike
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Lost.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle report. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Vehicle report.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged. Yes,
Unit
sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Reporting.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Waiting
Vehicle
order.
report.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative. 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 Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Awaiting orders.
Unit
Sir,
lost.
affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Waiting order.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Waiting
Unit
order.
ready. Building. Insufficient funds.
Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledge. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Waiting
Acknowledged.
orders.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Waiting orders.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Report acknowledged. Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Reporting. Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building. Building.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Construction
Acknowledge.
complete. Cannot deploy here. Unit ready.
Awaiting orders.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
New construction options.
Affirmative.
Unit
Vehicle
lost.
reporting.
Unit ready.
Vehicle
Building.
reporting.
Training.
Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting
Unit
affirmative.
ready. Training. On hold. Cancel. Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Training.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. 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 Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Waiting
Insufficient
order.
funds.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
New construction
Affirmative.
options. Construction complete.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Preparing. Building. Preparing. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged. Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Insufficient
Yes, sir.
funds.
Affirmative.
Our base
Acknowledged.
is under
Acknowledged.
attack.
Affirmative.
Mission failed. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Unit lost.
Awaiting orders.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. Cannot deploy here. New construction options. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building.
Reporting.
Unit ready. Construction complete. Building.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged. Sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Silos needed. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Report. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Unit
Acknowledge.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Construction complete.
Reporting.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready. Building.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Awaiting
Unit
orders.
lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledge.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Reporting.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Vehicle
Building.
affirmative.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Comrade. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Affirmative. Comrade.
Building.
Affirmative. Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Construction
Response.
complete.
Awaiting orders.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledge.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
building.
Acknowledge. Affirmative.
On hold. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit
sir.
ready.
Acknowledge.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Waiting order.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes,
Unit
sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Report. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledge.
Building.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Vehicle report. Acknowledge.
Unit ready.
Acknowledge.
Building.
Vehicle report. Acknowledge.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Vehicle reporting.
Building.
Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Awaiting orders. Of course. Yes, sir. Awaiting
Unit
orders.
lost.
Affirmative. Of course. Of course. Very well. Agreed. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Report. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Report.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Waiting
Building.
order. Acknowledged.
Report. Acknowledge.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Building.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Vehicle acknowledged. Yes,
Unit
sir.
ready.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost. Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building. Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds. Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit
Yes,
lost.
acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Waiting order.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Comrade. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Reporting.
Acknowledged.
Lost.
Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building. Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting orders.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Insufficient
Reporting.
funds.
Affirmative.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Unit lost. Reconstruction
Yes, sir.
options.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Insufficient funds.
Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Reporting.
Building.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Our base is under
Affirmative.
attack. Construction complete. Repairing. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting
Lost.
orders.
Select target.
Waiting order.
Construction
Acknowledged.
complete.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Comrade, affirmative. Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting
Affirmative.
orders.
Lost.
Affirmative.
Select target. Reinforcements
Waiting
have arrived.
affirmative.
Yes, sir. Very well. At once.
Unit
Very well.
lost.
At once.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Cannot deploy here. Cannot deploy here.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Spy plane ready. New construction
Affirmative.
options. Building. Building. Unit ready. Our base is under attack. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Comrade. Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Waiting
Unit
order.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Comrade. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Vehicle
Yes,
Unit
sir.
reporting.
lost.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Waiting order.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Report. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Naval unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Waiting affirmative.
Building. Insufficient
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
funds. Our base
Affirmative.
is under attack.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Of course.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Comrade. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative. Ready.
Yes, sir. At once.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Reporting.
Comrade.
Vehicle reporting.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
On hold. Cancel.
Waiting order.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Select target. Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Report. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Building. Spike lane ready. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Comrade.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Spike lane ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Awaiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative.
is under
Acknowledged.
attack.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Vehicle reporting.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Comrade.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes,
Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Affirmative. At once.
Select target. Unit lost. Building. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Very well. At once.
Unit ready.
Agreed. At once. Agreed.
Building.
Affirmative. Agreed.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Very
Building.
well. Affirmative. Agreed.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Our base is under attack. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building. Spy plane ready. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Building.
Waiting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Acknowledged.
orders.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Affirmative.
orders.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds. Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Select target. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Spotlight ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Lost.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Yes,
Unit
sir.
lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Spike lane ready. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Awaiting orders. Reporting. Very well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Very well. Ready and waiting. Well. At once. Waiting
Unit
orders.
ready.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit lost. Select target. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Report. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Spike lane ready.
Comrade, affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Vehicle reporting.
Select target. Silos needed. Reinforcements have arrived. Silos needed. Silos needed. Building.
Awaiting
Unit
orders.
ready. Building.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building. Unit
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Waiting
ready.
order. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Waiting
Building.
order. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Construction
Awaiting
complete.
orders. Acknowledged.
Cannot deploy here. New construction options. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Silos needed. Silos
Engineer
needed.
affirmative.
Silos needed. Building. Construction complete. Cancel. Mission saved.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Mission failed. Mission loaded.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Select target.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Vehicle
lost.
reporting.
Silos needed. Building. Unit ready. Building. Silos needed. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Spike lane ready. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Lost.
Comrade.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos
Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting
Orders.
orders.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Ready and
Affirmative.
waiting.
Lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged.
Vehicle report.
Mission failed. Mission loaded.
Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle report.
Silos
Affirmative.
needed.
Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Reporting. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Silos
Reporting.
needed. Silos needed.
Acknowledged.
Silos
Acknowledged.
needed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledge. Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Silos.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledge.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silence.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Engineering.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Awaiting
Affirmative.
orders.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle reported.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Engineering. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished.
This was not to happen. The chromosphere was to be ours. Now all we have is a pile of debris. You, General, are to blame.
He failed to deactivate the radar centers. I believe he is aware of the punishment.
Take him out and shoot him. Get him out of my sight.
Comrade Stalin, the general is not responsible for the destruction of the chronosphere. I personally monitored his actions.
And who then would be to blame? Clearly, the general is at fault.
Niet, comrade. It was you who failed in your actions. You did not inform the general of the other Allied transmitter that was nearby.
Is this true, Kuko? Was there a fourth transmitter?
We did not notice it on the first pass, but yes.
You disappoint me, Kukov. If the chronosphere is not to be ours, then let it be buried with the remains of the Allied dogs. Where are they? Nadia, where's their base of operations located?
We have traced Einstein's signal. He has moved to the coast of England. It must be the center of the command.
General, consider this your redemption. You are to lead the attack on the Allied headquarters. Level it! Destroy forever all traces of the Alliance.
Comrade Commander...
Continue! Comrades. And you will find yourself on the floor with Kukov. Assemble a strike team! A continental Soviet Union is our destiny!
Construction
Acknowledged.
options. Our base
Affirmative.
is under attack.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction complete.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Awaiting for acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Lost.
Acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Waiting order.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Republic. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Lost.
Affirmative.
Waiting
Cannot deploy
affirmative.
here.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Construction
Affirmative.
options. Building.
Comrade. Acknowledge.
Unit lost. Construction complete. New construction options.
Comrade. Acknowledge.
Unit lost. Building. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost. Our base is under attack. Repairing. Construction complete. New construction options. Our base is under attack. Building. Low power. Construction complete. New construction options. Training. Building.
Report
Unit
affirmative.
ready.
Reporting.
Training. Unit ready.
Affirmative. Waiting orders. Yes, sir.
Our base is
Reporting
under
once.
attack.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Ready and waiting. Agreed. At once.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Very well.
Construction complete. Building. On hold. Cancel.
Acknowledged.
Building.
At once. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
At once. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Waiting orders. Very well.
Unit
Agreed.
lost.
Agreed. At once.
Our base is under attack.
Waiting orders. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Building. Repair. Our base is under attack.
Waiting order.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building. Repairing. Construction complete. New construction options. Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Very well. Affirmative. At once.
Our base is under attack. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. Repairing. Construction complete. Unit
Ready and agreed.
Building. Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. At once. Yes,
Our
sir.
base is under attack. Construction
Republic.
complete.
Acknowledge.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
At once.
Unit ready.
Of course.
Building.
Comrade. Acknowledge.
Lost. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Agreed. Yes, sir. At once.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Report
Building.
acknowledged.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Affirmative.
Waiting orders. Yes, sir.
Lost.
Acknowledged.
Comrade. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Base is under
Affirmative.
attack.
Affirmative.
Preparing. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Agreed. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Training.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Awaiting
Training.
orders.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Report
Unit
agreed.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Our base
Affirmative.
is under attack. Building.
Waiting order.
Training. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Training. Unit lost. Unit ready.
Reporting.
Training. Unit ready. Unit lost. Training. Preparing.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting.
Construction
Very well.
complete.
Affirmative. Of course.
New construction options. Building.
Acknowledged. Of
Unit
course.
lost.
Ready and waiting. At once. Agreed.
Our base is under attack.
Awaiting orders. Very well. Very well.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Repairing. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Our base
Affirmative.
is under
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Waiting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes,
Naval
sir.
unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Agreed. Affirmative. Very well. Yes, sir.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit
Reporting. Very
lost.
well. Affirmative. Very well.
Base
Yes,
is
sir.
under
Affirmative.
attack.
Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders.
Lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Comrade.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Vehicle
Unit
reporting.
ready.
Yes,
Unit
sir.
lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Vehicle
Base is
reporting.
under attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Prepare.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building. Insufficient funds. On hold.
Awaiting
Unit
orders.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Waiting. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Needed. Building. On hold.
Yes, sir. At once.
Cancel.
Awaiting orders.
Unit lost. Our base is under attack. Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting for acknowledged.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Ready. Acknowledged.
Lost.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Report acknowledged. Acknowledged. Vehicle report acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Vehicle report. Affirmative. Vehicle report. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting for affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting for acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Lost.
Awaiting for acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Report acknowledged.
Lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have
Acknowledged.
arrived.
Waiting for acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Report acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Yes, sir.
Unit
Reporting.
lost.
Vehicle report. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Report affirmative. Acknowledged.
complete. New construction options. Building.
Agreed. Of course.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Awaiting affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction options.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Building.
Awaiting orders. Vehicle reporting. Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative.
Our base is under attack. Construction
Awaiting
ahead.
acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Repairing. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Our base is under attack. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Unit ready. Building. Preparing. Unit ready. Building. Our base is under attack. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unable to comply. Building in progress. Our base is under attack. Construction complete. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building. Construction
Awaiting
complete.
affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Affirmative.
Our base is under attack.
Awaiting orders.
Building.
Republic. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Republic. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Our base is
Affirmative.
under attack.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Construction
Acknowledged.
options. Unit ready.
Yes. Reporting.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Report acknowledged.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Waiting
ready.
order. Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready.
Engineering.
Building. Unit
Awaiting
lost.
orders. Reporting.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building. Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit
Comrade.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Yes, sir. At once. Very well.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building. Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Republic.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Republic. Affirmative.
Building. Unit
Waiting order.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Republic.
Unit
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Acknowledge.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Our base is under attack. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Our base is under attack. Unit ready.
Waiting
Building.
affirmative.
Unit
Waiting
ready.
order.
Building.
Comrade, affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit
Affirmative.
lost. Unit ready.
Waiting
Our
affirmative.
base is under attack.
Affirmative.
Building. Naval unit lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit
Acknowledge.
ready.
Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Unit
orders.
ready.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Acknowledge.
Our base is under attack. Insufficient funds.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Waiting order.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Yes, sir. Report. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Report. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Our base
Yes,
is
sir.
under
Acknowledge.
attack. Building. Unit lost. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Waiting affirmative. Yes, sir.
Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Acknowledge. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative. Comrade. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Report. Acknowledge.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Vehicle report. Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Reinforcements
Acknowledge.
have arrived.
Acknowledge. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit
Reporting. Reporting.
Lost.
Awaiting. Acknowledged. Vehicle report.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Vehicle acknowledged.
Acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting
Construction
affirmative.
options.
Acknowledge.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction options.
Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Report acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Awaiting orders.
Unit ready.
Waiting
Building.
acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Our base is
Yes,
under attack.
affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Building. Preparing. Unit ready. Our base is under attack. Building. Construction complete.
Ready and waiting
Construction
well.
Yes, sir.
options.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Preparing.
Yes,
Unit
sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Our base is under attack. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Unit ready.
Comrade.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Awaiting order. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Our base is under attack. Building. Construction complete. New construction options.
Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Report. Affirmative.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Our base is under attack. Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Unit
Echo
lost.
affirmative.
On hold. Cancel. Unit ready. Building. Our base
Yes, sir.
is under
Acknowledged.
attack.
Affirmative.
Naval unit lost. Unit ready.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Building. Prepare. Prepare.
Yes,
Our
sir.
base is under attack.
Affirmative.
Construction complete. Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Preparing. Building. Our base is under attack.
Waiting order.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Building.
Vehicle
Unit
report.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Base is under
Affirmative.
attack.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Repairing. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Construction
Acknowledged.
complete.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Reporting.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Spy plane.
Affirmative.
Ready. Select target. Building.
Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Ready
ready.
and waiting.
Once.
Affirmative.
Building.
At once.
Unit lost.
Awaiting
Unit
orders.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building. Building.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient.
Awaiting
Acknowledged.
affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Awaiting
Construction
affirmative.
complete. Building.
Waiting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Comrade.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Waiting order.
Our base
Yes,
is
sir.
under attack. Preparing.
Yes, sir.
Unit
sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Agreed.
Unit ready. Building. On hold. Cancel. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Reinforcements have
Affirmative.
arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target. Building. Our base is under attack.
Awaiting orders.
Ready and waiting.
Unit ready.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Building.
Waiting orders. Course. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Reporting.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Awaiting orders.
Reporting.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
base is
Acknowledged.
under attack.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Spy plane
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Select target. Select target. Building. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. New construction options. Building. Unit ready.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Insufficient
Yes,
funds.
sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Building. Unit
Waiting
ready.
order.
Building.
Awaiting orders.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost. Our base is under
Affirmative.
attack.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reported.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Agreed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir.
Our base is under attack.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Building. Insufficient funds.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Unit
Ready and
lost.
waiting.
Awaiting orders.
Vehicle reported.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Agreed. Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building. Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Ready and waiting. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Of
Yes,
course.
sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Lost.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Very well. At once.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Reporting.
Very well.
Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting.
Funds.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Reporting.
Spy plane.
Reporting. At once.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Base is under
Waiting
attack.
order. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Vehicle
Unit
acknowledged.
lost.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Report. Yes, sir.
Prepare.
Ready and waiting.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Building. Unit lost. Building.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Unit ready. New construction options. Building. Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Building. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit ready. Building. Unit
Comrade,
ready.
affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Report acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Reporting.
ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Awaiting
ready.
orders.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building.
Waiting affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Report
Unit
acknowledged.
ready.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Quarters.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Report acknowledged.
Unit ready. Spike lane ready. Select target. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Building.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building. Unit ready.
Reporting.
Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Spike lane ready. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Comrade,
Vehicle reporting.
acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Base is under
orders.
attack.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Comrade, affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Spike lane
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Lost.
Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Yes, affirmative. Yes,
Unit
acknowledged.
lost. Unit ready.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building. On hold.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Base is under
Affirmative.
attack. Building.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost. Repairing.
Report acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds. Unit lost. Select target.
Awaiting orders.
Reinforcements
Affirmative.
have arrived.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit
Comrade,
lost.
affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Select target.
Awaiting
Yes,
orders.
sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds. On hold.
Report
Cancel.
acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Ready and waiting.
Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Ready and
Agreed.
waiting.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Waiting affirmative. Comrade.
Report affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Awaiting acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Waiting
Unit
order.
ready.
Awaiting acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Report acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost. Building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction
Yes, sir.
complete.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Construction complete. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Yes, sir.
Unit
Vehicle
lost.
acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Comrade.
Our base is under attack.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Repairing.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Vehicle
lost.
reporting. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Spy plane ready.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Silence
Affirmative.
needed.
Reporting.
Building.
Affirmative. Waiting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Base is under
Affirmative.
attack.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Yes,
Base
sir.
is under
Acknowledged.
attack.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Prepared. Silos needed. Unit lost. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Building.
Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting order.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Spy plane ready.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Select target. Select target. Unit lost.
Ready and waiting.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost. Unit lost. Unit lost. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Construction
Vehicle
complete.
reporting.
Building.
Vehicle
Insufficient
affirmative.
funds.
Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Spy plane ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building. Insufficient funds.
Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Comrade. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Yes, affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Reporting. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
New construction options.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Spy plane.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Awaiting orders.
Base
Acknowledged.
is under attack. Low
Yes, sir.
power.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting orders.
Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting.
Construction complete. Unit ready. Cancel.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Unit
Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Construction complete. Spy plane ready. Building. Repairing. Construction complete.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Repairing. Building.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds. On hold.
Yes, sir.
Cancel.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. On hold. Cancel. Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Our base is under
Yes, sir.
attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Select target.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds. On hold. Cancelled.
Waiting affirmative. Comrade. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Agreed. Yes, sir. Agreed. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Acknowledged.
orders. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Waiting
ready.
orders.
Building. Reinforcements
Reporting.
have
Yes, sir.
arrived.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Spike lane ready. Unit lost. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Spike lane ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Select target. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. 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 Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Spike lane ready.
Acknowledged. Report acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Waiting affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Report acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Report acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Building.
Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, very well.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Waiting
ready.
order. Acknowledge. Waiting
Building.
order.
Insufficient funds. Unit lost.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Comrade.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes,
Building.
sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Report. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Acknowledge.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Reconstruction options.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting
Affirmative.
order.
Reporting. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Building.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Vehicle reporting.
Yes,
Acknowledged.
sir. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Reporting.
Comrade. Acknowledge.
Unit
Reporting.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting.
Construction complete.
Reporting.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Reporting.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Unit ready.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Select target.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Is
Acknowledge.
under attack.
Reporting.
Yes, affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Select target. Unit lost. Spy plane.
Reporting.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Reinforcements have arrived. Our base is under attack. Unit lost. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Agreed.
lost.
At once.
Awaiting
Very well.
orders.
At once. Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
Unit
At once.
lost.
Agreed.
Awaiting
Vehicle
orders.
reporting.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Report acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative.
Our base is under
Acknowledged.
attack.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
No
Unit
problem.
lost.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Our base is under
Acknowledged.
Yes,
attack.
sir. Affirmative. Comrade, affirmative.
Structure.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Yes, sir.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Acknowledged. No problem. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Preparing. Silos needed. Cancel.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Building. On hold. Cancel.
Reporting. Vehicle report.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Awaiting orders.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting.
Construction
Acknowledged.
complete. Unit ready. Select target. Building. New construction options.
Yes, sir.
Reinforcements
Acknowledged.
have
sir.
arrived.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Awaiting
Building.
acknowledged.
Select target. Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting orders.
Select target. Unit
Report
lost.
affirmative. At once. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Comrade, affirmative.
Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Waiting
ready.
order.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Awaiting
lost.
orders. Very well. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Of course.
No problem. Affirmative. No problem. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready. Unit lost.
Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Waiting order. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Comrade, affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Report affirmative.
No
Affirmative.
problem. Acknowledged. Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
No problem. Acknowledged.
Unit
No problem.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting.
Our
Affirmative.
base is under attack.
Acknowledged. Report affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Structure.
Yes, sir.
Unit
No
lost.
problem. Acknowledged. Comrade,
ready.
affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
No
Building.
problem. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target. Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Reinforcements have arrived.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Very well.
ready.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Unit
sir.
lost.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. No problem. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade, acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Yes,
Naval
sir.
unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Waiting
Naval unit
acknowledged.
lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silence
Affirmative.
needed. Unit lost. Building. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Ready and waiting
Unit
well.
ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Naval unit lost. Cancel.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Naval
Acknowledged.
unit lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Report acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Naval unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Naval unit lost. On hold. Cancel. Building. Select target. Construction complete. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Yes, sir.
Unit lost. Unit lost. New construction options. Building.
Waiting order. Very well.
Unit lost.
Report affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost. Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. On hold. Cancel.
Yes, sir.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Very well.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Waiting orders. At
Building.
once.
Report affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit lost.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Report affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Report affirmative. Report acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Select target.
Reporting.
Reinforcements
Affirmative.
have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Naval
Acknowledged.
unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Naval
Acknowledged.
unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once.
Select target.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Reporting. Very well.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Reporting.
At once.
Affirmative. At once. Report
Unit
affirmative.
lost.
Reporting. Affirmative. Vehicle report.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Spy plane ready.
Yes, sir. Of course. Yes, sir. Of course.
Unit lost.
Vehicle report.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Report. Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Vehicle report.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Spy plane ready.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Reporting.
lost.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Reporting.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Spy plane.
Waiting
Order.
order.
Yes, sir.
Waiting order. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Comrade, acknowledged.
Select target.
No topic. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Our
Very
base
well.
is under attack.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Waiting order.
Reporting.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting.
Affirmative.
Reporting.
Spy plane
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Waiting order.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Comrade. Affirmative.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Comrade.
Vehicle
Acknowledged.
reporting.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Comrade.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Insufficient funds.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Comrade, affirmative. Comrade, acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Report acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Comrade, acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Base is under
Affirmative.
attack.
Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Naval air is
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledge.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade, yes, sir. Affirmative.
Naval air lost. Insufficient
Yes,
funds.
acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Waiting orders.
Lost. Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. At once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade, affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Insufficient
Yes, sir.
Reporting.
Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Waiting
Affirmative.
orders.
Select target.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost. Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Vehicle report. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Yes, sir.
Awaiting orders.
Waiting order.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready. Select target. Our base is under attack. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledge.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Acknowledged. Report affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting.
Base is under
Acknowledged.
attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting orders.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Lost.
Agreed.
Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir.
Select target.
Vehicle report.
Agreed. Very well.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Reporting. Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Reporting.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Ready. Select target. Unit lost. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building. Our base is under attack. Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Unit
Waiting
lost.
affirmative.
New construction options.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. 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 Comrade, affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade, affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Waiting acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Vehicle
Reporting.
acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Naval unit
Acknowledged.
lost. Our base is under
Awaiting
attack.
orders.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ready and
Affirmative.
waiting.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Very well. Agreed. Very well.
Yes, sir.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Repairing. Building.
Yes, sir. Vehicle report. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Lost.
Ready and waiting.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit lost.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds. Reinforcements have
Affirmative.
arrived.
Affirmative.
Unit
Reporting.
lost. Unit
Reporting.
lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Report acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
On hold. Cancel.
Vehicle
Unit
reporting.
lost.
Affirmative.
Reporting.
Yes, sir.
Spy
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Vehicle affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yeah?
Unit lost.
Okay.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Course.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle affirmative.
Select target.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting order. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Spy plane ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Ready and waiting. Very well. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Reporting. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Waiting orders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very well. Of course. Reporting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Agreed. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Very well.
Yes, sir.
Comrade. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. At once.
Yes, sir. Comrade. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Reporting.
lost.
Orders.
Waiting affirmative. Waiting affirmative.
Ready and waiting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Select target.
Reporting.
Reinforcements
Acknowledged.
have arrived.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ready and
Yes,
waiting.
sir.
Unit
Report.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Ready and
At
waiting.
once.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Waiting on affirmative.
Building. Unit
Yes,
lost.
affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit lost.
Report. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Ready and waiting.
Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Vehicle
Unit
affirmative.
lost.
Yes, sir.
Naval
Affirmative.
unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Naval unit
Waiting orders.
lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Select target.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished.
Amazing, these English, how quickly they adapt. They must truly have been crying out for our victory. They have abandoned their old rulers faster than rats leading a sinking ship. We have done what no one else has dared. The Soviet Union stretches across the entire continent. We have liberated Europe at last. It's time to celebrate. See? Well, why not? When in Rome, excellent. General, you have covered yourself in great honor. I will see to it personally that you are very well taken care of. Nadia, this tea is truly excellent.
Thank you. I prepared it myself.
Poison. You bitch.
You bastard pig! You will never touch me with your filthy hands again! Well, General, this temporary chaos in Europe will only help to fuel the Brotherhood's cause. For centuries we have waited to emerge from the shadows, and now we will make ourselves known. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and took up residence in the land of Nod. You have done well to serve us, and for that, you should be rewarded. We estimate that the Brotherhood will tire of the USSR in the early 1990s. Until then, you will keep the peace. Fight our battles where you must, and you'll remain our loyal and obedient servant for the foreseeable future.
The foreseeable future. Comrade Chairman, I am the future.